Alrighty there. But I don't hear anything. Are my headphones off? There we go. Hello, hello! How's everyone doing? So, I forgot. Oh my god, this fucking reset again. Are you kidding me? Wait, no? It should be working. Why isn't it working? Can y'all hear the music? What the fuck is wrong with whatever that was? There shouldn't have been an alert. Why was there... the fuck? No, not that one. This one. What was it trying to do? Huh. Okay, I guess we'll just keep an eye out for that. One thing I could think is maybe it was this. Alright, we'll try that and see what that does. Sounds a little loud. Okay, I can turn that down a bit. Let me know if that's better. How's everybody doing? So I forgot that there was a patch, so I'm waiting for the patch to download, so that's gonna take a hot minute. But that's cool, because we could just chat in the meantime. And catch up a little bit. While we're waiting for Final Fantasy XIV to download the new patch. But hello, hello. Hopefully you're all having a lovely day. Some just kind of random things on my brain. I have officially decided that I'm going to be going to Weepcon, which is pretty close to where I live. Heed warning, shout chat might spoil 7.2. Parth Macchio, I appreciate you looking out for me. You're a goat for doing that. But I am so far away from 7.2 that I think even if someone did spoil it, I would forget it long. But like, we are months away from reaching anything close to Dawn Trail. So, thank you for the warning, but I don't think that's a realistic concern for me. Appreciate you though. Yeah, no. Someone could come and tell me the whole plot, and I guarantee that we could get there in a month, and I would have already forgotten it. Much less, I'm someone that I don't tend to care that much about spoilers, to be honest. Like, I don't appreciate them. I would rather not know them, but I'm pretty good at sort of removing them from my mind. But anyway. Yeah, I need to talk to Skeleton and go through and fix all of the Final Fantasy thumbnails, because I'd like to get back to specifying which episode we're on, but I have no idea, and I need to go back through it. But anyway, gonna go to Weepcon. I think it should be a good time. If anyone else happens to go, I'll bring this up pretty much, I think, in all the streams up until Weepcon. If anyone else is gonna go, feel free to hit me up. And if you see me there, on a chance that you do see me, which is unlikely, but if you do, feel free to say hello. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I'm waiting for the new patch to download. We got about 25-ish minutes until it's done. So we're just gonna hang out for a little bit. But I'm pretty excited about how the Cathay reveals went. This would be episode 42. Are you 100% sure about that? Like, have you gone through and made absolutely sure you caught every single episode? Or are you guesstimating? Mume might be graduating tonight? Really? Oh dear. Man, Hololive is bleeding out. I mean, hell, they've lost, what? Fauna, they've lost Mume, they've lost Amelia. I mean, especially because they've all, like, immediately re-debuted. There is some shenanigans going on at Hololive, I tell you what. Honestly, like, I've had the privilege to be getting to know more and more VTubers, and corporate VTubing just sounds bleh. Especially the Japanese ones. The Japanese companies seem like they have some serious problems, like, culturally, the way they, like, interact. Yeah, Fang's out. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. Anytime a VTuber has an important announcement stream, it is 9 times out of 10 a graduation. I mean, good lord. But I don't know. It seems like the West is starting to get some decent, like, more casual corporations between, like, VShojo and Mythic and stuff. Though Mythic's not really a VTuber agency, it's more just a talent agency. Thanks, that very well may be true. I don't know, they just seem to be losing a lot of people at a suspiciously high rate, in my opinion. Corporate VTubing is such a weird phrase. Well, not if you think of it as like an idol company, which is what those are. Like, idol companies are... It's a very different beast than what we tend to do here in the West. Like, personally, I'm not... this is just my personal taste. I tend to be very uncomfortable with the way the Japanese companies handle business aspects. Like, I'm not a fan of a lot of the things that have to be done. It rubs me the wrong way. You're currently drawing the next dumb fan art? Oh, I'm very excited, Saintbox. I'm very excited to see it. The fact that fan art is starting to show up, like, semi-regularly, I cannot tell you how pleased that makes me. There is nothing more flattering to me as a human being than someone making something as, like, a gift. Like, whether that's a piece of art or a piece of music or a video or whatever, like, goddamn, dude. Quickest way into my heart, I tell you what. I've worked with a lot of Japanese companies and have a lot of friends in this industry. It's very rewarding, but it does sometimes feel not worth it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I will say the money seems good. It's just like, I don't know. There's a concerning amount of like, how do I say this? I like to know, and this is just, once again, this is my personal preference. This is not me saying that my personal opinion is better than anyone else's. This is just my preference. I much prefer it when it's a more casual interaction between an audience and the streamer, and you can know about the person behind the character. I think that's super awesome, and it also allows for there to be like a greater continuity of like, if you're a fan of that person's work, being able to follow them should they move on from like VTubing and stuff. I'm not as big of a fan of how like over in the East it seems to be far more, it seems to be significantly more strict about like they're not allowed to be people. They have to be a character, and the character is there to serve the fans, and it's a very like tight thing, and I'm like, ooh. A fan's not allowed to know the people behind the characters. It's frowned upon. Like, it's heavily frowned upon. Like, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. You know what we should do? Let's be productive. Hey, I think I still have it in my DMs. Let me grab, Scion sent me a link about reorganizing our interface. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. Why don't we watch this, since we're just hanging out and waiting anyway? And maybe we can learn something about how to have a better setup. Because my setup right now is like hilariously bad. So this is Final Fantasy XIV Hotbar and Keybinds Guide by Medieval Marty. So why don't we check this out? One of the earliest Hotline members got fired because he accidentally showed a personal chat on stream which revealed she had a boyfriend. Oh yeah. Idol culture, dude. Not even once. All right, let's see what we got here.
So everybody, today I want to share some really simple Final Fantasy XIV UI and hotbar tips to set you up in Dawntrail. First up, I'm going to go over how to create a really simple job switching button. So you can click this, it'll pull up all of your jobs, and you can switch over to the one
Holy
and then
shit,
close
that looks
it.
so much
it doesn't
nicer.
clutter up your UI, you don't have to go into your armory, you can put crafters and gatherers on here if you want, and it's just really easy to make. And then I want to share a massive change you can make to your hotbar to reduce the amount of buttons you have to press in combat. By having a rotatable hotbar for single target and group fights, this will really help for learning new classes or for taking on more challenging things like extremes or when you get into Savage. So let's get straight into this, starting with the job bar. Okay, so first let's talk about this job button. So what we do here is you have this one button here, you click it, and it opens up a list of all your different jobs. So I've got DPS here, I've got tanks here, and then I've got healers here. And if you've got less jobs or more than me unlocked, then you would have different ones on here. But you can put whatever you want, you customize it as much as you want, and say you want to switch to Pictomancer, you click the button, and now we're a Pictomancer. Just like that. No, there's nothing on the UI. You want to go back to Black Mage, you just click the button, and you can close it whenever you want. So say you need to quickly change job, you just go like this, Summoner, close. Like this, Black Mage, close. As easy as that. And it saves going into here, going into your job list, and then manually equipping a set like that. It saves all of the hassle. And then on top of that, you can also have one for crafters or gatherers. So I've got one here like this. If you wanted, you could have like a DPS button, a healer button.
Am I going to fight Emmerich over Miao Yang?
So I've made something that's so easy,
Emmerich would not stand a chance.
I'm going to explain it really, really simply. So first up, escape.
Like
layout.
he's way too arrogant.
Display of all your hotbars and where everything goes. And the one that's highlighted will be the one you're playing on. If you've never touched this, you'll probably be playing on HUD 1. I play on 3 just because I've made a few changes over time, and I've settled on one I like, and I play it on 3. If you play on 1, then what we do, you go into HUD layout, And whatever you're playing on, copy your HUD onto the next one. So if you're playing on HUD 1, copy it onto 2. So you go 1 is the base and then 2 is the new. So you just copy everything you've got now onto the next slot. So I played on 3, I copied it all onto 4. So that's what you want to do. Okay, now what we're going to do is we've just copied our entire HUD from one to another. And on the second one, the one we just copied over to, we want to make it look exactly the same, but it's going to have the job window open. So
Warhammer 3 question per minute. Yeah, you can ask whatever you want. These streams, I really like Final Fantasy streams because we can talk about literally anything
find an empty hotbar. I've got like
while doing this, which is nice. What do I think the third race will be for the Slash DLC? I think it's going to be Norska, personally.
I'm going to drag it under my gauges. I like them down here. You can hold shift to like lock them into place. And then once you've found a place for them, click this second cog and decide what you want it to look like. I like these little 4x3 boxes. I think they look the coolest. But have it however you want it, and then make sure this is clicked so that you can see it. That's what you want to do. Make sure they're active so you can see them. And then this is going to be what it's going to look like when we have our job buttons open. So have it like this.
Why do you think they left Yin Yin out of the Cathay reveal? I don't know. It was really interesting though.
Your gear here, and drag them in. So for example, here I'll take Black Mage off. I'll take Pictomax
I
off.
would say
that's Black Mage on down there.
That's tricky, man. Thank you, Tanner, for the super chat, by the way. I would say
there's your buttons, and it really is as simple as that. So you won't have like the buttons right now. You won't have any of the buttons, so we can ignore them. But you're gonna have this now, and then what you can do now is you can go on HUD. There's it off.
I would say there's two answers. There's two realistic answers. The first is that there's a lore reason, that for some reason in the background, maybe due to Yin Yin, like, you know, maybe due to her failed invasion of the Southlands and Lustre and everything, maybe they're making that like a core part of her character's identity, which I think would be cool. And because of that, maybe she has fallen out of favor with her parents. And if we go back, and you know, because we're in the time of the old world, maybe Yin Yin is in like a disgraced position. And so maybe she isn't in Cathay right now. Maybe she and the fleet are somewhere else. You know, maybe she's down in Nehekara, or maybe she is over in Lustre of the Southlands, or maybe she's invading Nippon, or like she could be anywhere. I do think it's a little weird. The second option, which I really hope is not the case, would be that she's just not relevant to this version of Cathay. That Grand Cathay is not really gonna have Yin Yin as a major focus, and like that'll be that. I dearly hope. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I dearly hope that's not the case. I don't think it's the case, but like, you know, anything's kind of possible at this point. I'm gonna go down here because the game's almost ready to launch. There we go. So I don't know. I hope for the absolute best.
And that's it. Just
I'm gonna put this over
whenever
here
you
for
want
a
to
moment.
look at it, you go HUD 3, HUD 4, or you'll go HUD 1, HUD 2, wherever you've set them to. But this is what it'll look like when you have the bars open, and you can customize them however you want. Okay, so now we have the HUDs working. So if I go on 3,
there's a very good chance Final Fantasy is going to be freaking out because I opened it since I updated to Windows 11. But let's hope it behaves. Oh, okay. Because it does not like to stay on the screen it's supposed to be on. It likes to like move around for some stupid ass reason. Okay, cool. But yeah, I am certainly very interested to see what's gonna happen with Grand Cathay.
Close it, open it, close it, open it, close it. That's what we're gonna make. And macros are very confusing. I'm gonna make this. This is the simplest macro you've ever seen. So HUD layout, below it is user macros. Now,
but how are y'all doing, by the way? What did y'all think of all the reveals? I was a bit surprised.
// in this box, HUD
I was very surprised how the 40K community has reacted to some stuff. Like,
let's say one.
If someone is just a Imperium Space Marine fan, it seems that they genuinely really loved the reveals. But if someone was like anybody else, like Chaos players, did not seem very happy. Any speculation on who the Norska Legendary Lord will be? Yeah, my speculation is either Muna Mim or Sile the Faithless. Okay, let's go through this whole thing here. So let's do this guide he's recommending. So let's reorganize our HUD layout. So I'm currently in 1.
Back to your original, say HUD 1 or wherever you were. So, but you're going to have this now, and then what you can do now, second cog, and decide what you want it to. Find an empty one. There's loads of empty ones, and drag it. So say it's say you've got one up here. Drag it to where you want this job action window to be. So I'm going to grab this. I'm going to drag it under my gauges. I like them down here. You can hold shift to like lock them into place. And then once you've found a place for them, click this second cog and decide what you want it to look like. I like these little 4x3 boxes. I think they look the coolest. But have it however you want it, and then make sure this is clicked so that you can see it. That's what you want to do. Make sure they're active so you can see them. And then this is going to be what it's going to look like when we have our job button onto the next slot. So I played on 3, I copied it all onto 4. So that's what you want to do. Okay, now what we're going to do is we've just copied our entire HUD from one to another. And on the second one, the one we just copied over to, we want to make it look exactly the same, but it's going to have the job window open. So that's what we're trying to create now. So if you were on 1 and you copied over to 2, go on to 2. I was on 3, I copied over to 4. I'm going to go on to 4. What you're going to do, find an empty hotbar. I've got like 3 down here and 2 here. So find an empty one. There's loads of empty ones. And drag it. So say you've got one up here. Drag it to where you want this job action window to be. So I'm going to grab this. I'm going to drag it under my gauges. I like them down here. You can hold shift to like lock them into place. And then once you've found a place for them, click this second cog and decide what you want it to look like. I like these little 4x3 boxes. I think they look the coolest. But have it however you want it, and then make sure this is clicked so that you can see it. That's what you want to do. Make sure they're active so you can see.
Okay, so we want to click on the cog. Oh! Okay, and we want it like down here-ish. Okay. That's cool. Maybe move it over just a little bit.
You bring token trinket.
There's Throt.
To Throt. Yes. Good. I accept your offering for Molder Clan.
Godzilla 2021 donated $5 through Super Chat. Keep seeing 40k fans being upset that Fantasy and EOS get gorgeous models of monsters. Don't get mad at us, we don't buy 18 flavors of the same thing.
Yeah, they have oh, my gameplay isn't showing on stream. Oops. Thank you. Why isn't it? It should be. What the devil? Thank you very much. We want game capture. Actually, I'm fine with it doing that. Can I get it to... Nope, that didn't work. Okay. Come on, man. Oh, fucking Christ. Huh. Encoding overloaded? It shouldn't be. What the fuck is wrong? Well, that's not good. Okay, let's do this. Oh, fuck me. Alright, What if we do this? What the fuck is this thing that's like over it? What is that? What the fuck? What is that? It thinks it's in the game. Hold on a second. Okay, hold up. Let me close the game out and reopen it real fast. I don't know. That's something in the game that it thinks is there. Oh my fucking god, dude. Alright. Oh, let me close the game out, because, like, it's the first time I've opened it since I moved to Windows 11. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's like a fucking giant piece of shit Square Enix thing that was on the screen. Fucking, okay. I don't know if it might have been the launcher.
You bring token trinket to give to Fraught. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Godzilla 2021 donated $5 through Super Chat. Also, I don't say that to be mean, but GW doesn't have to do anything spicy to get 40k fans to buy anything. Show them a Space Marine and they'll buy it.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing. Is a tiny bit of offense intended, but yeah, Space Marine fans will buy anything, and so Games Workshop will just give them slop, because GW is going to be genuinely scared. Okay, now I don't see it. What the fuck is happening, dude? Ah! GW is genuinely scared of, like, doing anything new. Because if they do something new, then Space Marine players might not like it. There we go. Okay, cool. That's better. Awesome. There we go. All fixed. You know, it's kind of that, it's like that, and that's, you know, that's the whole thing of, like, you have Space Marine fans that jerk themselves off constantly to, like, oh, well, like, fantasy and, like, all this, like, Space Marine is just what makes money. Space Marine is just what makes money. And it's like, yeah, because y'all literally have the impulse control of a 2-year-old, and you buy the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. So they will never innovate. They will never make anything new. It's just gonna be guys in power armor until the sun blows up. Because that's what makes the most money. Because they, like, I've said this before, and I mean it. I mean it. Of that, I genuinely wish that there was... I genuinely and very deeply wish there was not a dumbass... I wish that the 40k community was run by a different company. Like, I wish that Games Workshop would split into 2 different companies where you'd have 40k and all that shit and Horus Heresy run by one group, and then all the fantasy stuff was run by a completely different company. Because we could finally get away from them. It's like, I honestly hate sharing a publishing company with them, because I genuinely think GW is so purely motivated by cash that they are unwilling to even table the idea of... The microphone is clipping? What do you mean by clipping? Define clipping.
FF45 cheered. X100. What is the largest bird you could take in a fist fight?
Like, am I fighting to the death for my own survival, or am I, like, trying not to hurt it? Because, like, if the goal is to, like, kill it, and I'm, like, fighting for my genuine life, I feel like I could take on a pretty big bird. Sound fine to me? Is it, would anyone else verify if you've heard any weird microphone stuff? Because if it's just Scion, I mean, that's kind of equally weird, but then that means it's on his end and not my end. So, if anybody in chat could clarify if my mic has sounded normal this entire time, that would be appreciated. Every few seconds, it's muting and then resuming. Is anybody else getting that? My OBS is not showing that. Like, my OBS does not show mute and then not mute. Mic sounds normal. Falcons are scary. Yeah, but it couldn't kill me. Okay, yeah, so Scion, you're the only person getting that, dude. So, I don't know, maybe refresh your internet or something. I don't know what to tell you, but it's just you. Which is good, because that means it's not on my end. Because if something was wrong with my mic, I'd be... oh, God. Alright, what's the next step of this process? Oh, I need to make night... Yeah, there we go. Okay, what do I do now?
And then this is going to be what it's going to look like when we have our job buttons open. So, have it... We can ignore them. But you're going to have this now. And then what you can do now is you can go on HUD. There's it off. There's it on. And that's it. Just... Whenever you want to look at it, you go HUD 3, HUD 4, or you'll go HUD 1, HUD 2, wherever you've set them to. But this is what it'll look like when you have the bars open, and you can customize them however you want. Okay, so now we have the HUDs working. So if I go on 3, there's nothing open. If I go on 4, everything's there. So now we just want to make the buttons that switch. So you can see here, open it, close it, open it, close it, open it, close it. That's what we want to make. And macros are very confusing, but I'm going to make this. This is the simplest macro you've ever seen. So HUD layout. Below it is user macros. Now, this is foolproof. This is a foolproof macro. It's one line. Go anywhere in here and just click a box. I've clicked 50 here. / in this box. HUD layout, and then a number. And all this will do is switch to the HUD. So where you were playing originally, let's say 1, your new one that you've copied over to with the jobs open would be 2. So you put 2 here. For me, I switched from 3 to 4, so I'll put 4 here. And then give it an image, give it an icon. I like these little buttons here, but you can have whatever you want. If you're going to go like melee, tank, DPS, or whatever, you can use them. You could use like these things here, like the sword. So I'll use the sword as an example. So I'll click the sword, and that is how we will open the job window. So if I drag that onto the bar here, and that is all it is. So you click this, and you switch over to HUD 4, where all your buttons are open. And that's it. And there's nothing else to it. And then you want to make a separate one to close it. So you want to make a separate one to switch back to your original, say HUD 1 or wherever you were. So go back into macros, and then you make one to close it. So I use this one here, which is just HUD layout and then back to the original. So if you're using 1 and 2, open it would be HUD layout 2, close it would be HUD layout 1. I have HUD layout 4 to go to the new one, and then HUD layout 3 to go back to the old one. And that's it. That is literally as easy as that. I'll take this off. But that's all you do. So open, close, open, close. And one thing you can do as well is you can go in your...
How do I make my...
You can go into your
quest list smaller.
And then the one you set up to close. So HUD layout 4 to open.
I like how small his quest
close,
list is.
You can drag this X into here. So you can have it in the window that's open. So that means that when you open layout 3 to close, you can drag this X into here. So you can have it in the window that's open. So that means that when you open it and you switch to some, you can go layout and then back to the original. So if you're using 1 and 2, open it would be HUD layout 2, close it would be HUD layout 1. I have HUD layout 4 to go to the new one.
Oh. Okay, so... Yeah, whatever, it's fine. And it's not duty action. Duty list, maybe? Oh, there it is. No, that's transparency. How do I change the size? Ah, got it. Got it. I figured it out. There we go. Cool. And then let's take hotbar. Let's do... No. Let's do, like, 8. And make it like that. Yeah. And put it down here. Actually, we can make it bigger. Oh, you know what? I think he stacked 2 is what he did. So we could put 8 down there. And then we could put 7 above it. Like that. Yeah. Okay. What is duty? I don't even know what that is. Oop. Okay, so save that. And then I want to do the same thing with 7 and 8 on this one. We want 8 here, and we want 7 here. We also want duty list to be at 80%, and we want it there. And then I can go to there we go. I can go to my user macros, open jobs, and put that there. And it's the same command, isn't it?
This one here, which is just HUD layout.
Oh, and then this would be HUD layout 1. Okay. So then I should be able to do this. Yeah, just like that, except for those are not in the place I want them to be. Actually, yeah, let's move those over just a smidge. Okay, so this means that... Okay, so now I can get rid of these. And we can put them all... There we go. Which I don't need to have them all available, like, constantly, but we can have all of the, like, relevant ones available. What's the one that becomes White Mage? Is it Conjurer? Is that the one we were working on? I think it was. After you do all that, you should turn off the hotbar numbers so you don't accidentally drag them mid-game. Under character configuration, go to hotbar setting. Okay. Go to character configuration. Go to hotbar setting. Under display as display hotbar numbers. Display hotbar numbers. Cast times. Hide unassigned slots. I like that. That's nice. Oh, I have it. Do I want it on or off? I assume I want it off. Mume's graduating? Ah, that's a bummer. Hey, Eric Rose, how you doing? So I want it like this, right? Okay, and then I can... Man, I can move so much shit around now. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, this is gonna make organizing all of this so much easier. And I can actually have, like, all the stuff I want to have up. Let's do this. And then you go here, and then we can have one clan... Or 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, and then we can put the weekly one here. So that's all nice. I can put my emotes. Oh, nice. Those even save. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, we can put teleporting and returning over here. Emotes. Wow, that is like so much better, dude. Gishel greens. I can put my mount here. Now the question is, for Dark Knight, how do I want this organized? Do I want to change my current setup? So you
layout
so
and
you
then back to the original. So if you're using 1 and 2,
rotating
game changer.
hotbars.
So what I'm going to show you now is, as we go into Dawn Trail, Square Enix are simplifying a lot of the jobs, and they're making a lot of the jobs more, I don't say easy, but similar. Lots of the jobs have extremely similar things, like a 1-2-3 combo, a 2-minute cooldown, an AoE rotation, and a single target rotation. And with that, we can now make a really good thing with our hotbars where we can switch. So using Black Mage as an example, every single button in this little box here, these 10 buttons here, pretty much all of them are single target. Fire, 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 ice, 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 thunder, blah, blah, blah. Pretty much everything here is a single target button, which means if you were in a extreme, you would be using them all. Whereas if you're in like a dungeon where you're fighting 3 things at a time or 5 things at a time, you won't use a single one of these pretty much. You won't use pretty much any of these buttons, which means they would all just be on your bar somewhere, not getting used. Alternatively, if I press this, every single button here is AoE. AoE fire, AoE ice, AoE ice, AoE thunder. They're all just AoE buttons. So if we're in a dungeon again, and we're doing big groups of stuff, we want all of these buttons. And then if you go into like an extreme, or you're doing like a boss or something like that, all of these buttons again would be useless, and you wouldn't use any of them. So they'd just be cluttering up your bar. So what I do is I have this this bar that just changes. It just changes. Single target, AoE, single target, AoE. And I've got 2 buttons on my mouse that I just flick between. Let me show you how to set that up, because it clears up so much on your bar. And you can see here, all of the other stuff around it is fixed. Nothing else changes. So all of these bars don't change. And these are things that would you use all the time. So like ley lines, triple cast, stuff like that. Stuff that you would always have on your bar, like swift cast. Things that you would always want to have somewhere on both a single target and an AoE bar. And if I change, like, that works on...
Okay, that's not a bad idea, actually. Because he's right that usually you're in, like, an AoE or a single target situation. So maybe what we do is we have, like, hotbar 1. Let's see, what are my size options for this? Oops. Yeah, I think 6x2 is cleaner. So if we switch all these to 6x2, that could let us have, like, and then what we could, oops. And then what we could do is make it where it's like, so we have items. We could put our tank abilities here. We could put our single target ones. I don't want to organize this. So like this could be our tank line. I don't think I'm going to go as far as he did just yet. And then this can be my... Question is, do I want my top line, to be single target? Or do I want them more sorted by, like, what type of ability they are? Because if I do it as single target, I could make it where it's... I've got, like... Okay, I could see why he has it split by ability. So maybe he's right about that. Because then I could have it where... Like, I could make it where it's like, oh... Like, here's all my... Like, okay, here's my single targets that use resource. Here's my one that has a minute cooldown. And here's my ones that I spam. Could be the best way to do that. And then over here could be like the stuff that I always use. And down here could be like my tank stuff. Urgh. Sorry, I know this isn't super interesting, but I promise this will be nice, because once we've done it once, like, we're much better off for the rest of our playthrough. Okay, so how does he do that?
That works on everything. If I go on, like, White Mage, this is to heal. These are all pretty much single target heals. Cure, Cure 2, Glare, Regen. And then if we switch, here's the AoE heals. Medica, Medica 2.
Okay, yeah, you made your fucking point. How do you do it?
Pictomancer. And this is what we change. Every one that we're flicking between, everything else stays the same. So if I go on my HUD layout, I have hotbar 1. This is the one that changes. It's a 6x2 grid, and this is what we change. Everything else stays the same. 3 doesn't change, 7 doesn't change, 5 and 6 don't change. 1 is the one that changes. So set up everything like normal for stuff that you would use in AoE or single target. Like everything that isn't a single target damage, pull out and put it in here. And then in this box here, just put in everything that is a single target only ability that you wouldn't use in an AoE position. So set that up like that. And then when you're happy with that and all your AoE stuff is just not on your hotbars, that's like half the job done. And now what you want to do is you want to find a second hotbar. I like hotbar 2. And if we go into hotbar 2 and we press show, this is where you put all your AoE stuff. So you can see here if I save this.
Okay, so let's try this. Let's put our AoE out of the way for the moment. Okay, and then we would go in and grab one that I'm not using. So let's grab hotbar. Which one I'm not using? I'm not using. Where's 5? There's 5. So we could use 5. And in 5, we could put all of our AoE abilities. Like so. Okay, then what?
You can see here I've got single target hotbar, AoE hotbar, and I just have it hidden. And then this is where we put all our AoEs. So you can see they're not on the hotbar, they're not on the normal hotbar. So you can see single target damage, everything else, and then our AoEs are just stuffed on hotbar 2 up here. And then all we're doing really is we're pressing this button and we flick to this. That's what we do. So we cast all our AoEs and then we flick back to our single target. And that's it. So once you've set them up like that, you can hide this again now.
I
hide
see.
it, and we can still flick. AoE, single target. AoE, single target. It's that easy. That's literally all we're doing.
Okay.
And then you just want to make a keybind to flick between the two. So if you go into keybinds, escape keybind, and you go into system, and then you scroll down, you can have a switch to the hotbar which you're using. So if you already have something on 2 and you don't want to mess up hotbar 2 because you've got it how you want it and it's like comfortable, and you're not using like hotbar 7, use it as 7. So I have like the button on the side of my mouse. Maybe you could have like middle mouse button, you know, the scroll thing. Maybe you've got like a button on your keyboard that you don't use, like F1 or I don't know, Pommel, or something you don't use to flick, something comfortable where your hand goes like F or something. You could use those to flick. So say your single target is on hotbar 1, I have that as my like top mouse button, and then say your AoE is on hotbar 2, you have that as your top button. And then all you do, I click those buttons, just like that. And then I'll quickly show you if we're in a fight. So say you're in a AoE fight, you flick to the AoE and we start casting. We do this, we drop the ley lines, we do triple cast, and we just start doing a AoE rotation. And then say there's one thing left, flick back to a single target. And then you do single target abilities. Flick back to AoE and do AoE abilities. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it from me. I hope this has helped. Again, any questions, let me know down below. If you want to come ask more.
Oh, that's slick.
Got Discord. I also stream 3 or 4 nights a week over on Twitch. You can come hang out, watch us do the dungeons, and see the.
Okay. All right. Cool. So that gives us a much better setup. So now I can just flip between if I want to do either of those, and then I can have my abilities that I like to use in all the forms, like Salted Earth and Unmend, down here, because I want those in both. And then I can put these ones over here. And I can put interject over here. I can put sprint down here. So let's do it like that. That works. I think that works pretty nice. Can I link that vid? Yes. 1 second. Oh, it got very upset at me opening Discord, which is stupid. It was fine with me opening everything else, but Discord made it freak out. There you go. I'll put it in both chats. Okay. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We can now play the game. Okay, that's much cleaner. That's much cleaner. Cool. So obviously we've got to do journals today. I also need to pick up we got to do our dailies. So let's get through our dailies and then we'll go from there. How is everyone, by the way? The only thing that sucks is I'm gonna have to redo that for Dragoon, but that's all right. We'll do it later. I can do it at like the end of the stream. All right, that is quite nice. Quite nice. Look at us being all real. All right, then I can go in here and I can post my elite mark build there. There we go. Still recovering from yesterday's news? Oh, dude, it was so good. It was yeah, the Eric Cartman. What do you mean? Now we can finally play the game. Yeah. Ain't that the damn truth? Yeah, yesterday was wild, man. It's probably gonna be a long time before we get a reveal show that juicy from GW again. I mean, maybe not, but though I am looking forward to Yin Yin Gate as time continues to carry on. Sylph Bonnet. Funny enough, I thought it was one of the reverse, but I'm an AOS fan. But yeah, the AOS stuff was a little like those are nice box sets. Like, don't get me wrong. I was like, as a someone that likes Seraphon, I was like, oh, that Seraphon box is actually like really good value. Like, I could definitely see myself buying that Seraphon box, but like, it wasn't, I don't know, it felt a little silly to have that as the reveal for Adepticon, right? Like, that would have been perfectly fine as a community article. I feel like for Adepticon it was not an appropriate reveal Like, I think it would have been better just to not say, just be like, oh yeah, there's no AOS reveals, guys. I don't even recognize that enemy. I don't remember there being, like, fat mushroom dudes. The Sylphlands are pretty big. Dashio of the Dawn. Feels like they wanted to make the show look bigger. Yeah. I mean, they had a lot of cool shit to show off. But that was a little weird. I mean, it's like, oh, there they are. It's like, yeah, I mean, depending on price, I could absolutely see myself picking up those sets or even recommending those sets to people I know who are like wanting to get into it, because I could see it being like, oh yeah, no, these are like really good bang for your buck. But yeah, I don't know. Halfstone. Cathay being introduced via Total War. Is this the first time a Games Workshop miniature faction was introduced in a licensed product first? I believe so. That may be the case. Ibergas, one of those two. Yeah, that, now that you mention it, it is very, very possible that this is indeed the first time we've been in this particular scenario where a video game revealed the faction heavily in depth first, which is quite unique. Nice. All right. I very vaguely recall what this one is, I think. Blood Ravens were first introduced in Dawn of War. I wouldn't count the Blood Ravens, because the Blood Ravens are like... Why is there a red... That was weird. I don't know what that symbol was. The Blood Ravens have always been kind of like... They're technically sort of kind of canon, but like the events of the game they're in and stuff isn't canon, and like the whole thing's a little weird. But like introducing a new Space Marine chapter for a video game, I would not count as like a new faction. It's just like, oh, it's like it's another Space Marine chapter. That's not a new faction. Grand Cathay being revealed in Total War before they got minis is massive compared to that. I mean, something could debatably be said to be very similar about, there he is, Kislev as well. Though Kislev's a little trickier because we don't know what parts of the faction are going to carry over and which ones won't. I'm actually really curious how Games Workshop is going to handle the Great Orthodoxy, because according to the lore, the Great Orthodoxy isn't implemented until Tsar Boris, which would mean that it, like, that's kind of a big deal. Because it means that in the old world, the Great Orthodoxy doesn't exist. It just doesn't. And I'm curious if they're gonna stick to that or not. I did think it was interesting we only got one infantry unit for Cathay so far, no ranged infantry. Well, I mean, it's kind of a balancing act of like giving you like they have a little bit of everything, right? It's like they've got a dual kit war machine. They've got a monster that you can build out in a couple different forms with the Cathay and Sentinel. You have one caster character who only seems to come on the Great Spirit Longma and doesn't seem to come on foot. Like if it has a foot form in the kit, they haven't showed it yet. So like it's kind of like a mix, but it's a good mix for being the very first ever box. It's not a bad mix. Like I'm like, yeah, that's reasonable. So I get 20 40 60 is 60 would put me at 430. Okay, yeah, no. We've got today and then tomorrow for kobolds. Yeah. So tomorrow is the last day of Kobold questline. But it's like, you know, for ranged units, you have the Fire Rain Rocket, the Grand Cannon, and the Sky Lantern. So that's a pretty decent mix of range stuff. It's going to be very interesting to me to see what precisely is going to go down with like as the rules change. Like I feel like Cathay will probably be designed more with will probably be designed more with second edition Old World in mind, but we'll have to wait. Because it's going to be a bit of a weird arcane journal, right? Of that it's trying to introduce an entirely brand new race into the game. Instead of just being kind of a more casual, usual thing where it's like, oh, we're adding to what you already have in your Forces of Order or whatever book. This one's like, yeah, no, this is like completely brand new. I can tell this new gear I have is made me a lot stronger because I am no longer having to multi-attack anything. I just punch something in the face and it dies instantly. Yeah, Cathay and Ogres are cool. It's kind of funny that CA went with the Oxen. Like, I love the Oxen. I think the Oxen are great. And Games Workshop decided to have Ogres instead for the War Machines. Like, it makes me wonder if originally Games Workshop was like, oh, use Oxen, and then they changed their mind to Ogres later? Or what? Because, I mean, what? They started working on Grand Cathay, like, man, how long ago did Total War Warhammer 3 come out? Was it 3 years or 2 years? Because it's been a hot minute. And like the story behind Cathay's creation was super interesting. Like there's a lot of really interesting I don't feel like lore is the appropriate term, but like there's a lot of interesting notes behind the whole thing. Because like it took CA more than one attempt to convince Games Workshop to do Grand Cathay. Like I think it took CA like 2 different meetings of trying to get them on board. And there was the whole thing about there's a really famous Chinese fan who traveled all the way to Games Workshop from China, like went to Games Workshop's headquarters and actually like gave them a fan created and fan filled map of Grand Cathay. Like they went and made their own map, and they went to CA and were like, or not CA, Games Workshop, and were like, hey, I think this one gives me a thing I want. I vaguely think. But like there were like all these unique moving parts poking at Games Workshop to kind of get off their butts and make Grand Cathay into a thing, which is super interesting. Like it wasn't just one thing. Like that kind of makes me wonder about the Koresh guys, right? Like, I wonder if the Koresh guys should be encouraged to do something similar, where they should, like, travel or at least mail, like, a nice professional print-off of their work to Games Workshop and be like, hey, like, could you please consider, like, being inspired by this, and give us though I will say, watching the presentation, I feel 100 billion% confident that Games Workshop is already working on or finished and Koresh. Like, I don't even think it's a question. Like, if you go look at the presentation, yeah, the Titan Mental Shield. Okay. I think that's the thing I wanted. Maybe. But if you go look at the presentation, when they're showing the map of Grand Cathay, especially towards the, I think at the end of the video, it zooms in and you can see art of the Tigerman. There's Tigerman art. It's of his like face. It's the village of the Tigerman. They have the art of him. I'm gonna be doing a video that'll probably come out like tomorrow-ish, tomorrow or Sunday, where I'm gonna go over all of the like super interesting things I saw in the video, because there's a lot to dissect in that video. End before Koresh? Yeah, I agree. I don't think Koresh is coming anytime soon. I think End is the next like big thing. Either End or Dogs of War. Like I find it hard to believe that Creative Assembly is not working hand in hand with GW at this point to make things. And like the fact that GW bothered to expand Estalia and Talea makes me pretty convinced that they're doing something, because they could have just left those empty. They could have just left those empty and nobody would have cared. The fact that they went out of their way to expand those places, to me, suggests that GW wants to do something. Like, GW... I feel like GW has plans. And the Cathay reveal is also so big and important because, like, Cathay's a big faction, man. Like, the very starter box is pretty fucking huge compared to most other factions. Like if you compare the Cathay range to some of the Age of Sigmar ranges or some of the 40k ranges, the Cathay range is huge. Like, even though Old World is a side game, the rosters are fucking gigantic. And GW's like starting to actually put out some interesting support. It's still kind of sad watching like weird shit where like you see the new Miao Ying model and then right next to it you see the new or the old Orion and it's like ugh. They don't even have everything from Total War. Well, I mean, I don't think they'll ever have everything from Total War. But like if you go watch the video, like we see the Crowmen. The Crowmen show up in the video when they're showing off Kuei Yin. Which Kuei Yin, Kuei Yin's dragon form looks a lot spookier than I was expecting it to. Like she looks kind of fucking scary. The old Psycho. The Psychor's not that old, dude. The Psychor is an 8th edition model. Or no, it's a... Yeah, it is. Wait, is it? No, it's 7th edition. It's a 7th edition model. But it came out at a weird time because the Psychor wasn't actually released with the Beastman book. It was released like later. It was very strange. Because 7th edition had a lot of that, where they would like reveal some cool new monster in the rules, but there wouldn't be a mini for it, and the mini for it came out like later, which was bizarre. Why does it look like that? I think it looks cool. I like the Psychor. I mean, if you're asking why does it maybe not look as good as it could, it's probably because it's a dual kit. So it's a dual kit between it and the Gorgon. So because of that, it has a little bit of a weird situation because it's not as smooth of a dual kit as a lot of dual kits are. Because it's like kind of the same head but different, and it's like weirdly like the Gorgon looks more natural, whereas the what do you call it, the Cygor in comparison is a lot weirder. Wrath of the Realms. Oh, I think I have to do this Fate. And he just left. Oh, no, that's the name of that thing. What the fuck? What other things am I doing here? Speak with this person. Hand the advanced bombs to that person. Oh, get a Titan shield from Full Metal Alchemist. Destroy the bomb incubator. Deliver from the Making the Rounds. I don't know if I have that one. It's the one I just picked up. I don't need all this Titan shit. Get out of my inventory, Alexander. I know I just picked one up. Oh, I've got Titan Mithril Shield. That's different. I don't think I have any of these. So, okay, so I need the Making the Rounds or Full Metal Alchemist. So I don't think either. Oh yeah, there's Full Metal Alchemist right there. Okay. Its head's massive and its limbs are tiny. I mean, I don't know, man. I've seen a lot of bulls in real life, and bulls are not super proportional in my opinion. They tend to have very big heads. You're waiting on Nippon? That's fair. Okay, we got the Titan Steel Shield. Cool. So I guess that would be an interesting question for y'all. Is anybody in chat waiting for a particular race to come to the old world? Like, is there something that y'all are like, I'm down for old world shenanigans, but I'm waiting until X, Y, or Z happens? Hobgoblin Khanate, fair. I mean, the Hobgoblins did get name dropped in the Cathay article, so I mean that's not a bad sign. What of these do I have to do? Oh, I think I was looking for a big one. There we go. Oh, nice. That bait respawned already. Very cool. Let's get rid of the ads. Koresh, cool. As far as old world, Lizardman and Nippon, yeah, I feel that. Yeah, like I think the races that I like the most right now are probably, for me, is Cathay and Beastman. Though if Lizardman came back, I would lose my shit. I'm glad the fan community at least is keeping up with them well. I heard they a very, very well regarded group of like the pro community released updates for the legacy races. I need to look at those new rules. There we go. I got allied seals from that. That is what it is. Alright, we can teleport back here. So the Grand Cathay cannons are either pulled by bulls no matter what setting, but it's Oxen Bull or Ogre Bull. Ah, there you go. that's thinking with your noggin right there. You should work for Games Workshop's publicists. That's thinking with numbers right there. That's big thinking. The Nippon copium continues. I don't think it's that much of copium, to be honest. It seems like GW is pretty hell-bent on fleshing out the setting. I think it's gonna take a while, but I would say that it's not an unrealistic expectation. All right. Oh yeah, look at that. We're 6 fucking reputations short of the being done with the kobolds. Blah. So okay, we have 1 kobold event to do tomorrow. And we're done with the kobolds. After we do their story. So all that'll be left are the sylphs. I wish I was lived long as an elf so I could see the end of this. Yeah. GW simultaneously moves grossly slow and stupidly fast at the same time. Because, like, on one hand, they cycle through editions way too fucking fast, in my opinion. The fact that they do... There's a brand new edition... Like, I think it's like a 2 or 3 year cycle right now, which is just way too fast. Like, good lord, it's too fast. But then, like, actually new interesting stuff is like, you know, GW will announce something and you won't see any of the fruit of that particular incident for like 5 years. I mean, what? Games Workshop revealed Cathay leading up into the old world, so that was like 4 years ago. I mean, that's a long time, fam. Let's see. Okay. Render you transparent. Hurry and steal files for the incantation is lifted. Blooms will extend it. Okay. Where am I going for this? Okay, it's Waterbringer. I should keep an eye out for blooms. There's one. Yoink. Oh, I gotta go over here. Worst part of the short edition cycle is now we have races getting new codex armies, a single new character. Yeah. Yeah, GW, it's pretty rare for, unless you're playing Space Marines, it's pretty rare to get anything more than a new character most of the time. Because there's just not enough time. Like, there's not enough time for them to really make any interesting new developments or new minis and stuff, because that's a very long, convoluted process. Unless you play Space Marines, in which case, you know, you're playing different flavors of the same faction that's been repeated into infinity. So, like, oh, I don't care that, like if I'm an Ultramarine player, I don't care if the update is for Black Templars or Ultramarines or Space Wolves or Blood Angels, because I can use all of that. Like, I can use all of that and make super simple kit bashes, or, you know, other notable adjustments, which makes life, you know, a lot simpler. At least that's my take on it. But I'm also that weird dude over in the corner that feels that GW shouldn't be a company that tells its stories based on minis, but instead let the minis follow the narrative, which, you know, clearly they don't want to do. Because they're like, nope, we've been doing it this way for 1,000 years, and we're not gonna change now. Even though I'm really tired of their business model. Because it makes them very anti-growth. Yeah, no one would like me if I was in charge, because I'd be like, nope, we're gonna take Space Marines, and we're gonna take Horus Heresy, and we're gonna split them off into their own thing, so they can go play in their little sandbox and leave everyone else alone. Which, some people would really hate that. I mean, I was reading a thing the other day where, like, there have been like CEOs and major writers behind 40K who've gone on very obvious public record and have said things like, well, like the core aspect of 40K is the soul of the Imperium. So the Imperium of mankind fighting against chaos for the soul of the Imperium. Like, that is the central conflict and the main story of Warhammer 40K. So the Xenos aren't important. Like, the Xenos have nothing to do with the core story, and they're there to just add, like, they add a little bit more flavor, and they add, like, you know, a little bit of variety, but they will never be core aspects of the setting. Which is why when Games Workshop released like, what was it, 8th edition, when the Silent King came back? Was it 8th edition or 9th edition? But one of the editions, when the Silent King came back and the Necrons were supposed to be the big bad, if that was a normal company, the cover of that book should have been the Imperium versus the Necrons. And instead, if you go look at the cover of that book, it's Chaos versus the Imperium. Which is like, wait, I thought this was supposed to be about the Necrons. Like, aren't the Necrons the big bad of this edition? And it's like, no. The Necrons don't matter, you silly human. You silly person. 9th edition, yeah. Yeah, and like, now they're finally releasing some books, trying to like, I'm curious what's going on. Like, I don't know if maybe sales haven't been as good, which I don't think it's that, because I haven't heard anything about like bad sales for 40K. Last I heard, it's fine. So like, I don't know what's going on as far as like why they're actually telling the Arcs of Omen story now. Because they're finally getting around to telling it, which is cool, but like, feels a little late. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Oops. I hit a button.
Checks Mixer cheered. AX300. I had to drive to and from Kansas this week for a safety summit and wanted to thank you for having all those new Lawbids episodes up on Spotify to listen to on the drive.
No problem.
Here is the last of my bits as thanks.
I appreciate the last of your bidleys. I shall enjoy them thoroughly. And you're welcome. I need to double check that I've got another episode coming out for tomorrow, because we have a ton of episodes left. Man, I need to horny post on Twitter more. Whenever I do stupid horny shit, I get so much more traction. Why do I post anything else? Nobody gives a shit when I do anything else. Doing a hunt train right now, no problem. I shall do some questing in the meantime. If anybody is online, do let me know, because there are some things I would like to do that require me to have buddies. Oh, I need to finish my stupid... I need to finish the damn Alexander storyline. Let's go do that. Warhammer needs to be hornier? Yes. I mean, Warhammer's pretty fucking horny, even though Games Workshop does not want it to be. Because Games Workshop has a bizarre obsession with trying to make their setting, like, appropriate for children, even though it isn't. It's just not, and I don't think it should be. I don't think it should advertise to children, because I don't think it's appropriate for children. But GW wants that sweet, sweet child money. Hey, Brown Rocks. Oh, it is Uplander. What does Uplander come to this place? Rodrox is sorry for worrying Uplanders. Rodrox just wants to go to a quiet place and do some backthinking. Running out of giant of worldly cogs, Rodrox feels something rattling in pocket. So Rodrox reaches in and cannot believe what she finds. Rattling is glowstone, Rodrox's favorite treasure. But it is dark. Even with many tryings, glowstone does not glow for Rodrox. Not anymore. There you are, child. We were worried sick about you. What's that, Delcarius? Something amiss? The Codex no longer responds to her touch. Intriguing. Not entirely surprising. Were I to guess, I would hazard that it's because this experience has served to open her eyes. The Enigma Codex was born from one man's all-consuming pursuit of perfection. Its knowledge sealed off from any who harbored even a sliver of doubt as to the merits of the ideals it espoused.
Good. I accept your offering for Mulder Clan.
Scion of the Emperor donated $7.99 through Super Chat.
We gotta get a shorter
Say do some MSQ and
alert.
knock out the 2 dungeons once the 3.21 is reached. Then maybe the next part of Warring Triad and the Void Arc.
Yeah, we could check some of those out, but we got plenty of storylines to push to. Quit thinks, mind in her youth, Round Rocks. Though their reasons might differ, arrogance, youthful idealism, childish innocence, none thought to question the words within. So the Codex opened itself to them. But now, Round Rocks has seen with her own eyes what blind devotion to ideals can bring. She is not the naive child she was before. Aye, it's all well and good to dream of building something perfect, but sooner or later you have to stop dreaming and start doing. Hammering it together by your own hand, with your own blood, sweat, and tears. In doing so, you are forced to confront your own failings, and deal with your frustration at the world's unfortunate habit of falling below expectations. Hells, there may come a time when you just want to tear the whole bloody thing apart and start again. But more often than not, you emerge from it all with something you can hold on to, and carry with you into the future. And that will do a damn sight more for you than any starry-eyed ideal. Round Rocks understands! Round Rocks will collect more and more junk! Build city of great treasures with own hands! Round Rocks has just one wish. Not glowing glowstone is piece of mead stream. Round Rocks would give back to mead. A noble wish, child. One that we could... would that we could grant it. But I fear the steel giant, and all that lies within that barrier, is far beyond the reach of mortal hands. Frozen in a single moment until the end of time. That's a fate I'd not wish on anyone. Mew! The cat got out! Dude, that cat's animations are so fucking goofy. Well, look who it is! You have a real knack of turning up underfoot, don't you? I'm reminded of the apparent ease with which this little curl seems to slip in and out of the Colossus. Were it not for the small matter of time having stopped in there, I'd cinter him with Round Rocks' glowstone without a moment's hesitation. Mew, mew! 2 mews? Might that suggest a willingness to try? Mew, mew! Giving a stone to a cat in hopes of delivering it to 2 souls trapped in time. Now I think we've seen everything. Do you think those 2 will ever be free of that place? Mayhap one day, the perfect future they sought to bring about becomes a reality. In that sense, one might even say the fate is in our hands. Leave to Round Rocks! Round Rocks works hard! Builds sparkly shiny future for Mead! As shall we, child. And with that, Dakarius, we must take our leave. For all you have done to stave off yet another primal threat, you have our gratitude. I contacted Biggs and Wedge to let them know they could call off the search. Needless to say, they were relieved to hear that Round Rocks is safe. There was also a matter they were looking to discuss with you. They said they'd be waiting for you back at Shortstop. If you will be returning to Shortstop, I would ask a small favor of you as well. Pray deliver this volume to Backrix. Tell him that I believe it is what he seeks. Till next we meet, Dalcarius. And the grim darkness of the far future. We keep it PG-13. Because that's where the money is. Now Round Rocks is safe at Shortstop, and Backrix is easy breathing. Uplanders have thanks of Backrix. Uplanders been present for Backrix. Weathered manuscript. Judging from the wear and tear of parchment, this elegantly pinned document entrusted to you by Yustola appears to be quite ancient. This is Charlayan legend book from Yustola. Backrix has waited for a legend book for a long time. Backrix has been reading about many, many things, about Enigma Codex, and blue-haired Uplander that writes it. Maybe these knowings will save Guppyflock from Giant of Whirlicogs. Thanks, Backrix. Now Giant of Whirlicog sleeps, and Guppyflock is safe. But still, backwards would fill breakcase with noise, fill pages of watcher book with data. Let backwards see. Advertise to a group with no money, genius. You'd be shocked how much money children advertising to children brings. Parents will spend on their kiddos, man. Yes, it is just as backwards. Are Backrack's eyes playing tricks on him? Oi, you feeling alright there? You look like you've seen a ghost. Page tells fairy legend of Hotgo tribe, uplanders of blue hair. Many, many years ago in old times, 2 children, boy and girl, outstep from belly of great steel giant. 2 children grow to man and woman, becoming father and mother of great people of Hotgo. Names of 2 are Diane and Mead. Look at hand drawing, even faces are same looking. Egads, if that's our Mead and Diane, why, that means one day they'll be free from their fate and reborn far, far in the past. Oh, that's cute. And also a paradox, but whatever. So after searching for near an eternity, they finally found the perfect world they were searching for. It may just be a fairy tale, but I, for one, would like to believe it. And fairy legend goes on. 2 children step out of steel giant holding small stone. Stone is dark when sitting on ground, with hold stone in hand and shiny lights. Glowstone of round rocks. Let me see if I have this straight. The codex fragment you gave to that curl a few moments ago now features in a legend from the past. That can't be possible, can it? Bitch, we literally just saw this motherfucker go back in time. With you on it. At this point, I'm ready to believe about bleeding anything. That reminds me, there was something I wanted to ask you, Dalcaris. Remember when we went to the core and almost got our asses fried by the Colossus inside a Colossus? Well, I felt the strangest sensation then. A feeling that chilled me to the bone. As if something terrible had happened I couldn't for the life of me remember. I felt it too! So tell us, did you see anything while you were going in and out of time? Do you have any idea what happened to us when QuickThinks was spinning the hands of the clock? I don't... I don't know what they're talking about. I wonder if that was the thing that... I wonder if that was the thing I didn't get to see because I was the tank. I kind of want to say... I think I'm going to say I'm afraid I do because I'm hoping they'll tell me. I'm afraid I do. You're afraid you do? Well, that's not ominous in the least. On second thought, how about you don't tell us? Thank you very much. You'll get no arguments from me. There's some secrets better left secret. With the look on Dalcaris' face, I reckon this is one of them. Anyway, since this long and thoroughly mind-boggling battle of ours has finally come to an end. Of course, there's still plenty of work to be done, but now that QuickThinks is out of the picture, I've got high hopes that Round Rocks and her friends will one day build their shining kingdom of rubbish and refuse. Speaking of which, we better get back to it before the chief catches us chattering. Always a pleasure, Dalcarius. Till next time. Tenacious Gamer, have a good one, dude. Car shopping? Oh boy, that's always stressful. Quest complete! Alright. Chapter of New Game Plus has been added, so we finally did it. We have finished the Alexander storyline for realsies. For realsies this time. There's no more. We're done. Hooray! We finished it. All right, so that's a big fat check mark. Let's see. I also need to do. Why don't we do some? Let's do this. I have 3 crystals. Trevanian Forelands, Churning Mists, Trevanian Hinterlands. Let's go try and get another one of these crystals real quick. So we got the one from, or we gotten these three. We've gotten these three. So I believe I need one from Abelanthea's Spine. Pretty sure. So why don't we pop over to Oxundu and go blast through some quest battles, or fates, and see if we can pick up another crystal. And then after that, we'll do some main story quest. I think that sounds like a plan. Oh, I've been running around without eating my eggs. Egg! Egg! All of you come over here so I can kill you all at once. Oh my god, AoEs! Bro, my chocobo's getting fucked up. Okay, I think I only need like one more. Oh nope, that was all I needed. No crystal. Okay, on to the next one. So would someone tell me what happened in the Alexander downstairs phase? Because I have no idea. Like, I think someone was going to explain it to me, and then I think, like, we got distracted doing other stuff. And I'm probably not going to do Alexander again for, like, a hot minute. You save yourself from getting beamed? Well, hello there. What's up, Mortele? Big fucking bird. If you fail, oh, so are you like, hey, got it, nice. Cool. All right, let's go do some main story quest. That's kind of cool. So you're able to functionally like avoid. So you're basically preventing an alternate like future or whatever where you get like obliterated. Goodness, it is popping in Limsa Lamensa today. I might need to get some food here in a minute. I am pretty hungry. I've only eaten once today, which is far less than I prefer. Dude, we haven't seen Flamen in like 100 years. There she is. Oh, Hoary Boulder's here. Good old, my favorite whore. What's up, dude? Is that, by the gods, it is you, Dalcar. Well met, Dalcarius. Well met. I thought he died. Coltone's here as well. If it isn't Dalcarius Adracia, really, you didn't have to come all this way just for us. You two need to get your ass to the new base. Hey, Mommy Flamen. Flamen? Oh, Dalcarius, how have you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Thank the 12. Well, here's the strangest tales in foreign lands. I worried about you all every day. We would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hainish vessel. It pained us not to be there when you needed us most, but we made the most of it, didn't we, Coltone? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we did not know whom to trust, and with the vast distance, but those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. Yee, about that. I don't know where she is, man. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Forgive me, I am sure you are doing everything in your power to find her. As Thancred must be. He watched over her from the first, long before me, and he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return, and busy myself in the meantime. Hi, in question, do dragons speak in Warhammer? Yes! They have different manners of speech, but yes, dragons have a spoken language, and they also can communicate telepathically. So they have multiple forms of communication. For a certainty, there is much more to be done. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Aye, that's the spirit. To the Scions and a long overdue reunion. Huzzah! Well, there you have it. To the Rising Stones. We're taking back HQ. Slowly but surely. Uh-oh, Garlean nonsense.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Voice acting, I missed you. I missed you so much.
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Oh, Thancred, you look so haggard in, like, a good way. I like these little...
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you've favoured me with so much as a single compliment since we set out.
Wow.
Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
Damn, Krill, chill.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Has he always had two different colored eyes?
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path.
I don't know if Minfilia is
She
younger.
touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every science. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future.
I don't know if Minfilia is younger than I thought or if he's older than I thought.
She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
My apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
Kyle's like, you banging her?
No harm done, I assure you.
No.
But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
So I'm guessing Minfilia is probably more around her, like, early 20s. And Thancred must be in, like, his late 30s. Something like that. Oh, go to Revenant's Toll. Okay. Actually, let me drop off some stuff. Their kid's only in his late 20s? So is Minfilia a teenager? Because, like, the way he talks about her dad dying, like, he almost seems to be, like, almost seeing himself as, like, a replacement father figure. Oh, that's right. Which, to me, implies a bigger age gap. But I feel like this is just kind of like the standard Japanese thing of like, no offense to Japanese creators, but I personally feel that Japanese writing, or like fantasy universes, writing, whatever you want to call it, I tend to find they grossly underage their characters. Like not grossly in like it's gross, but grossly as in a lot. Like I think Japanese art tends to have characters bizarrely younger than they should be. It's like Japan has an allergic reaction to anyone over the age of 30. Menphelia's 20 in her late 20s by the end of A Realm Reborn. Okay, that adds up to me. So Thancred might well be in his 30s. Okay. That would make sense to me. Like, I don't know how many Japanese series I've watched where I'm like, wow, these characters are going through like some adult crazy shit, and then they're like, oh yes, they're 17. You're like, what? Why? Why are these people 17? There is nothing 17 about them. It's like, Japan, 30 is not old. Why do you do this? Alright. Go see Cat Mom. I have a Discord alert. Let me make sure it's not anything important. Also, I'm pretty sure I got a scam request on Twitter. I had someone ask if I wanted to do a someone's like, "Hey, do you want to do a sponsorship for this thing? We'll pay you $4,000. I'm like, okay, that screams scam. If you ever become a content creator, guys, and anyone ever sends you a request to do a sponsorship, make sure they always send it in email form. Like, always make sure they send it to you via email. Do not ever accept it over Discord or Twitter, DMs, or any of that shit. Make sure it's email through a nice secure email, and double check any links they send you that they go to where they're supposed to be. Like, because a lot of people will send links that if you like take the link and you post it, like you copy the link address and post it, but don't hit enter, you just post it to just like see what it looks like in a web address. It'll use, if it's different than what it claims to be, like if it'll show up as like a different site, or like it'll be spelled a little wrong, then don't do it. Don't do it, be smart. I got because my YouTube got hacked because I was a dumbass. What do we got here? Ah, it's great to be back at the toll. It even smells like adventure. Home at last. I must make my rounds and see who remains. Hi, Cat Mom. It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone was waiting for us just beyond those doors. Friends and family with whom we have shared so much. Gods help me. But the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. I feel like Flamen should be older looking than she is. Like, she kind of looks like the she kind of just looks like a regular, Bro, how is his tail so big? Chat, how do I get this? How do I get this? What is this? I've never seen this before. Like, I have not seen that on the eShop. I've looked for shit this cool on the eShop. She's also in her 30s? Bro, people... Oh, it's a spoiler mount. That's a mount? Jesus. Alright. Level 100? Oh, fuck, that's so far away. Okay. Oh, Jesus. You got 3 new quests for me? What, so it's Alexander... Oh, they're all different Alexander storylines. Okay. Alright, let's get this shit over with. The Whispering Wind bears tales of an adventurer's daring do unto mine insatiable ears. One episode in particular whetted mine appetite. Did you perchance encounter a colossus of steam and steel in Dravania? Ah, so it is true. Pray speak on then, friend. I would hear more of your trials and tribulations within the towering automaton. A god born of goblin prayer, a citadel upon legs whose very life spelled death to all without. How marvelous! My muse stirs at the mention of such wonders and moves me to song. Hearken now unto your own tale, brave hero. O friends far and near, I challenge you all to think of a marvel so strange or so tall. A steely-skinned giant whose veins course with steam, in whose bright burnished bosom foul goblins did scheme. A heaven today who therein did dwell, but one whose mere being made all else hell. Forsooth he could not be left to abide, so into his huge hand a hero did stride, and battle through legions to reach his hard heart, conspiring at last to rend it apart. His core being no more, the giant fell still, though the goblins remained there to plot further ill. Ah, my muse has left me. But tell me, did I capture the essence of your journey? Well, the poet must change 1 or 2 details for dramatic effect. A ballad should rouse its audience, not send them to sleep after all. Pray accept my humble verse into your heart. Songs give the listener fresh eyes to see, and mayhap mine own will allow you to look upon your deeds anew. Big Boss Alexander. A wondrous tales is on the lips of every adventurer in this tavern, the details of which even I can scarce believe. They say that with the rusting relic which straddles the Thaliac, a hero met with a company of warriors wrought from solid steel. Okay, there's the second one. Aha! I rather thought it might be you. And you say you cross swords with these dread automata. Splendid! Tell me everything. Let me hear the sounds of battle echoing throughout the giant's iron innards. Your story stirs my muse from her slumber. To think that goblins would contrive mechanical soldiers that could themselves combine to form a veritable walking fortress. And within a walking fortress, no less. Within a walking fortress, no less. The tales of my boyhood were not half as fascinating. Your tale reminds me of another, that of the 3 great kings, Alexander, Midas, and Gordius, whose names must by now seem rather familiar. Covetous to the core, they spent their lives in a fever of conquest, never for a moment satisfied with their lot. That an ambulating paradise of wisdom and erudition should honor their memory is curious indeed. I can only assume that the genius who conceived it was possessed of a wicked sense of humor. Oh, a story so steeped in myth that could scarce fail to stir the spirit of song within me. Lend me your ear, friend. I might regale you with the tale of your own adventure. In the giant's iron innards, the goblins did toil, through sunrise and sunset intruders to foil. To the limb of their lodging did chance to wake, a path for our weariless hero to make. And thus did he aim for the beast's second heart, cleaving both it and its keepers apart. In spite of his triumph, the goblins all laughed, and by means lost to meaning in victory basked. Yea, the giant of steel was far more than it seemed, with power beyond knowing, potential ungleaned. And thus was our hero compelled to withdraw, resolved to return to battle once more. There, courageous struggle, rendered in the naive style, recalling the fantastical tales of youth. But tell me true, did I capture the spirit of your journey? I took certain liberties, of course, but then such poems must do more than simply portray an event. They must tantalize the senses and stimulate the imagination. The hymn of battle is as old as time itself, but sung from the heart to inspire even the meekest soul to greatness. How do I think the poem will end? I was hoping you might tell me. Suffice to say, I look very much forward to finding out. Alright, one more. Well met, friend. might you perchance be able to shed some light on a most remarkable rumor that has reached mine ears, that of a time-straddling hero who did rescue the gobby flock of Idleshire from a future most dire. What kind of whack-ass rumors do you hear about, dude? Ah, but the 12s smile upon me today. 'Tis a stirring tale indeed, and one made more affecting by the unadorned manner in which you tell it. A struggle for the future so grand as to span the boundaries of time and space. Would that I had been there to witness it with mine own eyes. I must say, mine interest was especially piqued by the part about turning back time. If I understand correctly, had you triumphed over the giant only for the goblins to reverse the flow of time, thereby compelling you to do battle over and over again, the primal's power would have grown to nigh infinite proportions. While we must thank the 12 that you and your companions were able to break this vicious cycle as a performer, I must confess to some curiosity over how the final battle with such a foe might unfold. Not that I want for inspiration, of course. Your tale is more than sufficient. Why, even now, my muse stirs within me. Hearken unto her song. In the breast of the giant a crystal did stand, whose hunger for ether spelled death for the land, and thus did our hero swear to never cease, till he torn out the heart of the great metal beast. Yet for all his labors, both bruising and brave, the goblin stood poised to make history their slave. The giant, however, had plans of its own, and plucked from the goblins their dream of a home, for it saw but one way to set history aright, a champion of ages, a hero of light. So the giant now sleeps as it did once before, in a moment repeated forever and more. You will forgive me if I took certain liberties in my retelling of your tale. My audience are a demanding lot, and they have come to expect a certain grandeur from my work. Mine only regret is that I was not able to weave every remarkable detail of this most improbable adventure of yours into my humble composition. Of particular interest to me was the recurring theme of desires and dreams and the power they may come to hold. Though I possess no ancient relic to grant form to one's wishes, might it not be said that music has a similar power, albeit in a more intangible sense? Since your travels chance to take you back to the scene of your triumph, pray reflect on your adventures with my song in your heart. You may yet be surprised by what you see. Alright. So we've got all of our Savage Alexander showdowns. Very nice. Ah, there's Alpha now. There they are at last, thank the 12. Nothing like a homecoming to lift everyone's spirits. Thanks for bringing them back, Dalcarius. Oh my god, like a ton of people are back. When our comrades betrayed us, I feared all was lost. How wrong I was. We must tell the children at once. They've never been so fond of Rory. Yes, yeah, he's a good dude. Alian, Ephemi, it fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy. And what of Higiri? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. It just wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. Everybody's coming back. I worry that Argamus is getting a bit carried away, but I suppose I can overlook it on this occasion. We could do it with a bit more of that around here. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions brings a bloody tear to the eye. Did y'all know I'm one of those people I can burp on command? I can burp infinitely, very easily. It's not hard. I heard it all from Aliane. So where is she? If I'm to greet the songstress of Ul'dah, let me do so on my feet. To secret oneself in a ship's hold to secure safe passage to a faraway land. This is a tale we know all too well. When they are well rested, I would like to seek a formal introduction. Why wait, my friend? Come, there's no need to be shy. Pray grant me a moment longer at least. Though I am happy to oblige you, my legs are rather less accommodating. Boulder? Does he have a sibling? Huzzah! He is returned! Oh yeah, together, my brother and I shall serve the Scions till the breaking of an 8th dawn. Oh, decisions. Hey, she's kind of a baddie. Ochre! What in the 7 hells drove my brother to come to Mordona? Why, you, brother! You and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained that I might grow as strong as you. that I might fight alongside you. Yet now that you are here, I sense that you have surpassed me once more. No, do not tell me. You trained with the Hainish, did you not? Your eyes do not deceive, brother. I have studied the trials of the braves and drunk deep at the souls of mine enemies. Well, they're having a good time. Glad though I am to be home, I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. Once we have settled in, I would join the search. Shmomek Somek. After the amazing Cathay presentation, Games Workshop mentioned Naga during the Terracotta Showcase. A quick monkey tiger on map shot. Looks like the Far East smokers rumors might be true. Yeah, man. I'm pretty good about usually having a good sense of what's up and coming. They're moving fast with army releases. In just 2 years, we've reached all 9 waves. And Cathay, yeah, well, I mean, it's standard for Games Workshop to, like, each edition for all of their settings is usually roughly 3 years. It's been too long since I've seen them all like this. Too long. 'Twas the chaos born of my own foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Alphado, dude, we've been over this like 100 times. You gotta let it go. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing. Others to whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alphano. I just know we will. Ophelia, Ida, Papalimo, every last one. And when they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. Oh, a sesame cookie? Who in God's name wants a sesame cookie? That should be a chocolate chip cookie. I'll take a steam stout. Sesame cookie, get out of here with that shit. Ooh, I'm gonna get a little minion, dude. Thancred and Kryl contacted us just a short while ago. It would seem that the foray into Castrum Meridianum bore fruit. They asked that we rendezvous with them in Y'shtola and Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. Oh, it's a Cookie Monster reference. Okay. Okay, cool. What is when Bo wakes? Oh, let me turn this in. I don't remember what this is. Yeah, I was really happy to see it. It definitely sounded like Miao Ying's voice actor return, which was very cool. So, Warrior of Light, how did it feel to strike down so great a foe? You must tell me more of the experience once our meeting with your colleague is concluded. Through thine all-surpassing skill at arms do we now take our first step in ridding this star of the warring triad's baleful presence, and in such wise do we lessen the burden bequeathed unto us by the vainglory of Alug. Know, however, that the 2 icons which remain are thought equal in might to Sephiroth, and may yet exceed him. Ere thou proceed, I would counsel thee to marshal thy strength and give careful thought to thy preparation. Assuming the Garleans afford us the luxury of time, even now they grasp for the means to dominate primals, blind to their technology's potential for calamity. My master taught me that the entity known as Sephiroth was this world's first sacred tree, elevated to godhood by the belief of its worshippers. There is no power more fearsome than that born of unconditional faith and unbending ideal. 'Tis plain that your master found in you a willing student. Tell me, was it he who taught you of Allegan technology's potential for calamity, or are those your own words? 'Twas but a figure of speech, nothing more. When last we met, I thought I caught a glimpse of the boy behind the mask, but it would seem your defenses are firmly back in place. Must you persist in this infuriating veil of secrecy? I, for one, would very much like to know who this master of yours is. amongst other things. As long as our purposes align, what matter my affiliation? It matters a great deal. I do not ask out of idle curiosity. If we are to fight as comrades, we must be able to trust each other. On which note, I should apologize for my earlier trickery. It was merely an attempt to get to the heart of an enigmatic companion. Truth be told, I was rather glad you reacted as you did. No person of your age has any business being calm and aloof all of the time, much as you might wish to be. Anyway, we had best be off. Do send word if there are any further developments. I like that Kryle's very consistent. She's very consistent about, like, she does not like secrets. A companion now, am I? Oh, I can pick up the next... Oh, I can pick up both of the next ones, I think. Or either that, or this is like a harder version. I have something for you, Warrior of Light. During our expedition to banish Sephiroth, I came across a certain relic, and I believe it would be put to best use in your hands. It is an elegant device used to store information. In this case, the record of the furious conflict that took place on the shores of Mericidia between the Icon Sephiroth and the forces of Alag. Should you present this tombstone to the verification node outside the Triad control, the node systems will analyze the various aspects of the conflict and create for you a false icon against which you can train. Consider this a sort of mock battle that presumes a Sephiroth who has broken free of his shackles. If I understand its workings correctly, the node should also be capable of manifesting a far stronger incarnation of the icon. This would mimic the catastrophic consequences were Sephiroth ever able to absorb additional source of energy, say by defeating another member of the warring Triad. A compelling challenge for a war of your ability, yes? You need not possess Mistress Kryle's knowledge of elegant technology to begin this particular battle. Simply present the tombstone to the node on the flagship, then follow the orb's instructions. Hope the experience brings you valuable insight, Warrior of Light. Alright, so that's extreme. Ah, this looks new. I am troubled, Warrior of Light. The 6th Legion will not soon surrender its pursuit of elegant technology. While it is true that the 6th suffered heavy losses in attempting to breach Azislaw's defenses, the Legion is still very much a force to be reckoned with. Left to his own devices, it will not be long before the Legatus moves to... Pray excuse the interruption, but a call to this link pearl can only come from one of your scions. Arkan Y'shtola, what news? And you are quite certain they have broken through? Yes, of course, we shall leave immediately. It would seem that the thing I feared most has come to pass. The Guardians have succeeded in dispelling the barrier Urianger placed upon the entrance to the research facility. We must intercept and destroy them before they acquire the means to control primal entities. Arkan Y'shtola requests that we assemble at the scene of the intrusion. Pray depart at once. I will join you when I inform the other scions of this development. Oh, okay. I don't need to do this part. Oh, that's what weirded me out, is that Thancred had his eye covered, but when he was getting into the base, his eye, he had it off, so he has 2 different colored eyes, which is definitely not what it was before, but he's hiding that. How is Flamen, by the way? Enchanting as ever, I trust? I shall have to pay him my respects when the time allows. 'Twas rather less than I had hoped, though mayhap I asked too much. My apologies, I see I'm the last to arrive. So, what news have you for us? Well, as we have postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be the remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the ether at the scene of the Ultima weapon's destruction, a ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believe Hydaelyn shielded me with the blessing of light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Sildi aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Hydaelyn. There's no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Y'shtola used flow, it appeared that not 2 but 3 beings had been affected. Yet, unlike Y'shtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there, and then not there. Now, recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in a sea of ether. Though this too is but a theory, studies with gifted subjects suggest that, when communing with Hydaelyn, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Hydaelyn interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Y'shtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Hydaelyn may have had the capacity to summon the consciousness of a gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Hydaelyn guided Menphilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her, body and soul, unto the Ethereal Sea. In which case, we must needs continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exists. I speak of the Anti-Tower, a Charlian construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the Ethereal Sea. Though I know not where the entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian, a contrary old crone who, for another blessing, refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Anti-Tower. I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. Dude, Matoya's gotta be getting fucking sick of this at this point. Bum bum ba da da dum bum 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 ba dum bum ba da da dum bum bum ba dum bum bum ba da da dum bum bum ba dum. Oh shit, really? Oh, you no longer have to hold still to mount. That's a good change. Well, it surprised me if GW is working on Nippon since Assassin's Creed after shit so regarded pre-release is now best-selling. Oh, really? It's the best-selling one? That's very funny to me. That whole thing was odd. Cause like there were some understandable and legitimate criticisms, but I feel like all of the legitimate criticisms got buried under the really dog shit, dumbass ones. So, like, I'm kind of glad the game is selling well because, man, there were some, like, just ass arguments against that game. Just like, why can't people hate games for normal reasons instead of being, like, super sexist or super racist or whatever? Like, just be normal, guys. Come on. I hope it's a good game. I mean, I don't want any game to be bad. Oh, what a surprise! Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Ah, though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry to the Anti-Tower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the Ethereal Sea. And who told you that I could do such a thing, I wonder? Y'shtola has no regrets. The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted the title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the anti-tower was sealed save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order given to me. Well, I could remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Menphilia. We'll see about that. You, Baldician girl, you're staying here with me. I'll need your help to restore the wards to their original state. The rest of you can go, on the condition that you clean up the mess in the tower. If you encounter any unruly familiars, you're to tend to them. Those are my terms, and I'll hear no argument. Well, it appears the mistress has spoken. Lead the way, Darkarius. So is this a... Oh yeah, it's a dungeon. Alright. The anti-tower is now accessible. Whatever it takes, we will find Menphilia. Whatever it takes. Long did I wonder what awaited beyond that door. Several times in my youth I even tried to open it, but the wards were beyond my ability to dispel. All I earned for my efforts was a mountain of menial chores, and I had given up on ever satisfying my curiosity. I think that I'm about to step into the threshold after all these years. The anti-tower is the sole reason a Charlian settlement existed in Eorzea. One cannot overstate the structure's importance. Anyone else want to join for anti-tower? Hell yeah, says Tankaroo. Unable to invite party. Yeah, I also suspect that Nippon would sell gangbusters. Games Workshop has for a very long time really wanted the Japanese market. That is not a secret. Like they have really always wanted to get into the Japan market, and they have struggled. The moment she mentioned that made me think of Zelda's CDI King saying after you scrub all the floors in Hyrule, we can talk about Mercy. All the floors in Hyrule, good lord. Oh, and Mortello wants to come as well. Awesome. That gives us a light party. Hey, Caretaker, what's up? Do you know how does memes work? Which memes? The CDI game memes? I'm aware of them. I haven't seen a ton of them, but I know they exist. I've watched Game Grumps playthroughs of the CDI Zelda games. All right, here we go. Into the Anti-Tower. New level 60 dungeon. Oh, that's cool. Look at the water flowing upwards. This will be interesting. So, because the Ethereal Sea is... Oh, no, it's flowing downwards, but the castle's upside down? What the fuck? Weird. All right. Oh, he summoned friends. Oh, okay. That didn't make me almost crap my pants. I was thinking earlier today, do the gods of chaos have any favorite races? I mean, generally speaking, humanity is their favorite. Humanity is like the spoiled child. Slaanesh is the only one of the chaos gods that's particularly known to have like a deep love or desire or hunger, should we say, for a particular race, of course being the elves, which opens up like a whole interesting storyline. That's something that like Andy Law has been exploring if you go watch Lawhammer, on like, okay, why though? Like, why does Slaanesh have claim to all of the elven dead over like an elf? Like, why is there no elven death god that has claim? Why does Slaanesh actually have claim? Which is its own like unique, interesting mystery. If you go watch Andy's Lawhammer series, which is, of course, is not canon, it's just his interpretation. Oh, that's a cool looking big frog, man. Who dares approach the tower? Ones with ears to listen. How wonderful! Uh-oh. My man's just singing away. Without a care in the world. Son of a bitch. I would like to unfrogify, please. That was silly. You traveled down the up. Normally you have to kill the pars. Oh, okay. So you have to kill the little frogs. Okay. Ooh. This is spooky. I'm just gonna... Oh no, not elementals, dude. Elementals tend to hurt so much worse. Okay, these weren't too bad. More? Those are not at all suspicious rock piles. Oh. Man, Ziggy, you got a big rock there, my dude. Ziggy, save everyone! Ziggy is a hero! Is he now? Bro, look at the size of that rock he's got. My man's proud of that boulder. Clearly. Oh. Huh! How about you don't do that? Anything cool? No, just a bunch of garbage. Boruto Uzumaki the bot. Go there. There's the bot to smash. Oh, it's still there, Hawk, if you want to get it. It's that bot that's like, after watching all of these other channels, I've come to watch your channel. It's like, yeah, sure you did. This dungeon has a nice aesthetic. Yeah, it does. It's like, it's kind of calming, but like in a nice way. But it's got like cool monsters, like the centaurs in particular, look super badass. Alright, here's the boss. What's up? What the fuck? We are Calcabrina, adorable dolls, terrible dolls, yip ho ho. Thanks, I hate it. Ugh. Kill it with fire immediately? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Calca and Brinas. What the fuck? Did they just like... Ooh, okay. Oh! Oh my god! Oh, they like fused. Oh! Oh, it's worse. It got worse. It's almost got like a Garlean third eye. Oh, this is so much worse. I don't like this. I hate everything about this. I think our buddies got absorbed there for a second. Bro, this is the most ugly-ass boss I think I've seen in this entire game. Also, this attack tickles. Yeah, get on, nerd. Level up! Please die. I will say, nice thing about this dungeon, very short. There was probably like the shortest... That was probably one of the shortest dungeons I've done. Is there a difference between the Great Spirit Longmas and the Jade Longmas? I have no fucking idea, dude. So, this is the closest point to the Ethereal Sea. We've come for you, Minfilia. The ether here is almost too much for my eyes. Makes sense. Love how short it was. I also got a, I got a Wondrous Tale achievement. Alright, see if we can find Minfilia from here. This better be voice acted. Hi, Dylan.
Hear, feel, think.
Hi, Mom. Mom, do you know where Sis is?
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst.
Does Heidelin have a new voice? She sounds different.
We are the word of the mother. We, who were once called Minfilia.
Oh, okay.
Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word.
Oh, honey.
Mother, Heidelin guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow.
That's why she sounds different.
And delivered unto the Ethereal Sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we had lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will.
Did Minfilia turn into like a fucking
One
prophet?
word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world.
That sounds ominous.
Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think.
I don't like this.
Before there was life, in the depths of the Ethereal Sea, light and dark did once dwell as one.
And we're getting the great Deku Tree scene.
But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound.
He's on a moon?
In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining.
Ugh, and we're in the 7th? So he's mostly done.
7 times have they succeeded.
Yeah.
7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final.
What's happening?
The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the Ethereal Sea.
With Minfilia?
Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
What'd you do with her? Boss? Well, that's not good.
You've had another vision, haven't you? Let us return to Master Matoya's cave. Everyone will wish to hear what you saw.
I don't know about that, but all right. Did Minfilia just fucking explode? Ooh.
Still in one piece, are we? Well, did you learn anything?
I am still in one piece, yes.
The word of the mother? I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
So Minfilia's become like an avatar.
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone?
She almost kind of sounds like a primal in and of herself.
But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together!
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths.
Dude, Matoya's awesome. I love how just blunt she is.
To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first.
Ain't no way Minfilia's dead.
If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait! No, this is all wrong.
Ah, she can't be dead. It was too sudden. I feel more like... I don't know. That's interesting. 'Tis blessed few who get to choose how and when and for what they die. Not that you need reminding, I suppose, but that boy... For all the suffering he has known, he still clings to the notion that there is a cosmic justice, morality by which we are saved or condemned, and there isn't. Yeah, Alphino is naive as fuck. Like, oh my god, is he naive. In a sweet way. She's not coming back, is she? I mean, not unless we find something else out, man. She did what she thought was best. I know that, I do. To give all for her beliefs was ever her way. So will we, as we must. What greater calling could there be than to stand against the dark as defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice? The loss? I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others at the Rising Stones, especially Flamen. I will brief Tataru on what we have learned as well as Urianche. He may have insight into what the word told us. As for you, Dalcarius, for all you have done, I would say you've earned a rest. Speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a message from Sir Emmerich while you were away. It would seem he is planning a ceremony of some sort and would like you to attend. Do not divulge the details, preferring to explain in person. I hope you should pay him a visit. I don't like this. I don't like this. I have a very hard time believing that is the end of Minfilia. Like, I'm pretty heavy X to doubt on that one. Ain't no way. Ain't no way she bit it like that. Wait. No, it is downstairs. What? Oh, I bet it's at the... No. Yeah. All right, Emmerich, what you got for me?
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation.
Indeed.
Good, good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope.
Well, Vidofnir is the
goat.
goat.
We could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples.
Smart, smart, smart.
You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance.
Sure.
Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire. But if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change.
I mean, you can't leave Nidhogg alone. Ooh, you alright, dude?
Tis nothing. Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen.
Yeah, you're still, like, recently stabbed.
It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots.
Good.
The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead.
I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Warrior of Light's never-ending bodyguard service. Yeah.
The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. It would not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all.
Fair.
Oh, and one more thing. A drink. We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
Sure thing, bro. I mean, as long as your wounds allow for that, but sure. And you can tell her about Minfilia? No. Well, he doesn't even know Minfilia. Okie dokie. To Falcon's Nest. There she is. The Lord Commander said you'd come, Dalcarius. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Emmerich wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the result. It was not my war, but I made it mine. To see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? He is certainty that we can be better than we currently are. Forgive me, I am rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go rest, I will not keep you. Yeah, party time! If you would rather not take a rest, why not walk around Falcon's Nest, make a presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend this ceremony, you may meet Lords Artorial and Amenelaine, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you would excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. He did meet Minfilia. Remember that fucking Lalafell? Yeah, how could I forget Teleji Adeleji? Dude's the absolute fucking worst. Oh, yeah. Okay, so they met really briefly at that ugly ass, the banquet that went super bad. Do you know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Emmerich was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? He's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it by the Fury. Me and my friends and family, we all believe he can do it. Well, you have a very positive attitude, young man. Oh, Roth. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all them heretics besides? Don't misunderstand, we've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragon fire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past, so hearing that we're close to a reconciliation comes as a great relief. Oh god, this has so much, like, shit's gonna go wrong coded all over it. Hey, Artuarel! What are you doing? Taking a stroll around the hamlet. Very good, very good. We shall speak anon. Nice dinosaur you got there, Alex. I'm glad to see that the rumors were true. Well met, Master Otracia, and fear not. I've no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidofnir may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. Well, I should probably deal with that. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you have told me that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. Ah, and here I am, laboring to make it so. Lord Artorel, if I may. Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority were willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me! They would defy Sir Emmerich's commands! If they dare attack Vidofnir! It will not come to that, but to see to it that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a Lord of House Fortorn present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Ameneline while I am away? As you know, he has ever been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty, a simple but honorable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long. Oh, Amanda Lane, I'm worried about you, son. Hey, Honorroy. Was that Lord Artuaro leaving with the First Commander just now? I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy, guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Artuaro thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you are here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers, yet I have been forbidden from leaving Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guest to be devoured by wolves, oh no! Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if I may. Right there. Those are the points our scouts march for patrol. I'll leave you to it, old boy. Come, Honorroy, I must return to my rounds. I don't... Oh dear. Please do be careful, my lord. I don't know if I fucking believe that. I feel more like he is sending us off to go do shenanigans while he runs off to get in trouble. I suppose if we get actually attacked by wolves, we'll know he wasn't completely lying. Oh! Well, hello there. Alright, well, he wasn't completely lying. I have a hunting quest for these. Does he fail into successes? Who? Honoroi? Or Emanuele? He's a doofus, not a liar. They're completely different. That's fair, though I wouldn't put it past him to lie. Not, like, maliciously, but because he wants to, like, try and do the right thing, or do something that he feels is more befitting of his status, or because he's just being a depresso boy right now. He's busy being a sad boy. Which, like, you know, I get it. Having your brother, like, ascend over you, that's a tough pill to swallow, I think. For most people. Oh no, he's still here. Alright. Darkarius Adracia, Wolfsbane! It pleases me to inform you that I've completed my realm and all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one that made that arsonist confess. Clever, that. Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. You hurry, he might still be there. Really, man? Emanuele, you can't just assign every single person that approaches you to go kill wolves. That is not what you're supposed to be doing. Stop delegating tasks. Well, there are some dead wolves there. Fancy meeting you here, Darkarius. 'Twas fortunate I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let's return to Falcon's Nest, then, and see what other thrilling task he may have for us. I'll go and kill space wolves. As long as it's not the actual wolves. I'll happily kill the space marines, but I don't want to kill the actual space wolves. They look cool. They seem like good boys. It's always the younger one, every time, without fail. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if ever I saw them. Comrades in arms reunited at last. By your selfless sacrifice have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there is naught left to do but to enjoy our well-earned respite. Oh, this should of course go without saying. But let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Our Torel and wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go ahead, Darkarius, I will join you anon.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment.
Hello, fair maiden. Why is this voice acted? It makes me nervous.
Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks. Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all.
That's fine. I can wait.
Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with them.
Strange times. Bitch, did you poison my coffee? Ah, you absolute harlot!
You were right, mother. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest?
Ugh.
After all you've done, I'd say you've earned it.
Why don't we trust anyone? Why don't we trust anyone with anything? There's no one else at the tavern?
Sleep now.
Alarmed?
Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
Does no one else go like, oh shit, the Warrior of Light just collapsed? Clearly something is wrong.
This was never your fight.
Oh shit. Well, she sounded vitriolic as fuck, didn't she?
My son. They told me he walks in Alone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I!
I will say, this game has done a really good job, in my opinion, with the Dravanian War. Of like, every time you think it's like, oh, finally, we're like gonna maybe have a little bit of peace. There's just these constant pockets of people that will do everything in their power to fuck it up. But I like that, like, each of the pockets are doing it for kind of different reasons. So it's like we had the faithful people do it because they were full behind the Archbishop Thorgard, and they're like, no, Thorgard was right. Thorgard was right. Everything you're saying is a lie. So you have like the religious fanatics. Then we also have like the people who are sympathetic to like, we have people that are being manipulated by Needhog. So you have like your dragon heretics. Then you have your like not dragon associated heretics, of people that have been burned by the church and fucking hate the church. And so they don't want this shit to go through because they just hate everybody. And now we've got like widowers and people that have lost loved ones who want to perpetuate the cycle because they just can't let it go. Like, it's objectively bad. It's objectively stupid, but they just can't let go. Like, they're just so full of hate and bitterness. They just can't do it. Which is very human. It sucks. But like, I mean, think in our world. Like, I could think of several conflicts going on that, man, it'd be super nice if they would just end. And it's just not happening. Like, I think even if there are a couple of conflicts, I'm not gonna point out which ones, but there are a couple of fights that I think even if their governments were to be like, you know what, let's call it, like, let's it's over, let's end this, there would be people in their communities that would be like, no.
I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
Which will accomplish what, dude?
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do. Makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
Yeah, so that guy's almost kind of a mix.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Falcon's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
Now, where Emmerich should have been watching these people. Like, Emmerich should have been watching everyone who was even slightly involved.
I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
I feel like you're just gonna get yourself fucking killed and piss off a lot of people. I don't know if you're gonna reignite the conflict, but we'll see.
Hey! This is no time for napping.
Bro, you think I would nap? Have you ever seen me nap?
Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Yeah, no fucking shit. There are several dead people.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it! and strike back!
Great voice actress. She's killing this part.
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
Oh, don't shoot her, you idiot! Oh, dear God.
See? See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward.
What? Bro, just go arrest her. What are you doing?
This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by dragon's fang, or death by nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear.
Great, now we got a class war. Awesome.
I spit on your choices, nobleman! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
You shot her twice!
What have you done? I only did as you ordered, my lord.
Oh, dear God. Madeline, you fucked up, dude.
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
Bro, we need to get you out of here. Boy. And that woman was nothing but trouble, but like... You're just supposed to arrest her, man. Not supposed to shoot her. Oh, good grief. I dare say that could not have played out any worse, given that the first commander and Lord Artoriel are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with the messenger who said that they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Madeleine is retreating to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let's walk the streets and speak with the people. It's like, bitch, I've killed Needhog once, and I'm gonna kill him again. Like, let me fucking handle this! My wife and I were fleeing with the others at first. The shurikens tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything. And for what? Well, at least that guy's got his head on his shoulders. If this is about that damned protest, I don't want to hear it. What the fuck were you doing during that Redwald? He was not wrong to want to subdue the leader as quickly as able, for she may have spurred others to further violence. But to fire on her as a crowd looked on was beyond reckless. Yeah, no shit, dumbass. It wasn't just the young ones struggling with the guards. Older folk attacked them as well, screaming bloody murder. Ugh. Idiots. They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? Their calls for justice can never be answered. Will this be the end of it? Or will there be the others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I even can. I heard the rumors that the Longyord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Emmerich take the bloody change and shove it up their arses. I'll not be taken in by that rot again. Great. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, there should have been, like, layers of redundancy before Emanuele was even remotely in charge of a single goddamn thing. Oh, lordy. Well, what say you? Not good. So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered, as to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all the casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Lord Artoil and the Force Commander should have returned by now. To the tavern, then. The first order of business will be to speak with Lord Emanuele. I somehow doubt that he's moved an ilm since we last saw him. Yeah, he's probably having a panic attack. Or drinking himself into a stupor, one of the two. Poor guy just wanted to do right. Yeah. I mean, he's young, and he gave a really bad order to a character whose name was literally Panicked Knight, which, you know, doesn't bode well. Fury take me, what a disaster. I never should have left. My apologies, Dalcarius. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we know? According to the initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman who Lord Emanuele ordered shot. He didn't order them to shoot her, he ordered them to deal with her. That guard chose to hammer nail that situation. She and her co-conspirators infiltrated Falcon's nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still others took their own lives. Damn! Okay. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The Shurigans are doing what they can for her. She's still alive? Oh, this bitch. But she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is like that the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs has been the more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protest, people seem disillusioned. You spoke with them? Then, I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we have come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we've convinced them before and we will do so again. If we could but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray that you are right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Dalcarius, will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Get up, Emanuele. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions, in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come, Honorroy. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I've not seen him for quite some time. Uh-oh. Honorroy? Honorroy! I could have sworn he was... Ah, shit. Where is the manservant? Has he been taken captive? Is he turned traitor? Whatever could the answer be? Hey. Are you okay?
Oh no, what?
You didn't look so good.
No. What have they done to you? Oh no, what? Oh no, what?
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
You look like a mess, dude.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay.
No, that was not your job, dude.
It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Well, at least they just roughed him up and didn't stab him. Oh
no, what?
Just knocked out?
Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Kairoujian without delay.
That is not how I would say that word, but okay.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces!
Go off, King.
Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
Dakaris is ready to smack a bitch.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
Bad move, son.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
Someone's, Oh, damn, Sacred.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed.
Allegedly.
Learn to live with it. I have.
Oh, I'm genuinely surprised that didn't knock his ass out. Ooh, man, things are getting spicy. Yeah, take him to the damn doctor. I will take him to the Shurigins. It's the least I could do. Yeah, he was projecting hard about his issues with his brother. Clearly. He has got some personal shit he's got to work out. I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. It was becoming hysterical. For the record, if you're ever around a person going into hysterics in real life, please do not hit them. That is not a reliable way to get someone to relax and calm down. There are better methods. Do not hit people out of hysteria. I understand the desire to look for reasons, or excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is not to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this, but he... I know, man. I know. I have no desire to wait for the Lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to Nishgard. That's not how that works. Okay. Okay, I don't... we really should wait and take him with us, but okay, whatever. Oh yeah, no, like Emmanuel deserved it. I was like, we shouldn't hit him, and then he swung first and was like, okay, he could probably deserve to get hit. But that's like, I would I would say, Thancred, you are fully in your rights to hit him. He hit you first. It was completely fair for you to strike him back. But let's not say it was to prevent him from getting hysterical. that's not what we're doing. You were completely justified, but that's not the reason. We received troubling reports from Falcon's Nest. What befell you there? Word of the demonstration, its resolution outstripped you, Dalkarius. Every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. I don't know how that's possible, but okay. 'Tis rumored that my youngest's lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? Well, it's not good. I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away. Is it any wonder they were left bereft? For what was this sacrifice? Have we not to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient solve, but mayhap I was mistaken. You were mistaken on that, yes. We are warriors, Lord Aemon, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it. Aye, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorying in their excesses. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other delusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, an undeniably righteous cause. It's a bitter reflection, but lies though they were, they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve as well, I fear. Yet, we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises, to strengthen the ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. Better still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take the field as allies. A unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nation's finest. Hoisted by Ishgard, the shadow of the gates of judgment. A victory under such circumstances would serve as reformation, nay, a declaration to all in a sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. Smart? That's smart. Such a victory would do well to fan the flames of patriotism, 'tis true. But what if we should be defeated? Though, even to hold our own against the cream of three nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well, you may count on my support for little it is worth. However, I would have a request. I would have my son, Menelain, take part in the grand melee. By his deeds, he has brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose. Valkyries, would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once and begin making arrangements for the grand melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. I like this sound, this OST track. So that is their solution, a grand melee to unite the people. And what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come to so heavily to rely. And will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? I mean, I like Ishgard. I like Ishgard a lot, but I also like Gridania. I will stand for my friends and comrades, not a nation. A poor choice of words. For friends tried and true, then. The living and the lost. So, for this grand melee of his, Sir Emmerich wishes to field a force comprising both of his Temple Knights and Hilda's Watch, yes? I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. In fact, curiosity compels me to go and see for myself. Wait. Is Lucia here? Oh, she's already back. Well, that Delcarius, have you spoken with Sir Emmerich? Time for a tourney! I was aware of the Alliance's request. So, Sir Emmerich would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such a plan. Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions. And these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did he now? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out our young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. I mean, Hilda's the watch commander, so I feel like it's technically up to her what she wants to do, but cool. No. Is she inside the building? Maybe? No, she's probably down here. Well. I thought you had something to discuss with the first commander. Thancred's been telling me all about Sir Emmerich's grand soiree. Seems we're expected to join in. It's nice of him to invite us and all, but I hope he knows what he's doing. Because we ain't dressed to dance with professional bleeding soldiers. Correspondence from Lucia addressed to Hilda. Well, well. Seems the first commander's gone and handpicked her guess. Can't say I disagree with her choices, though. She's got a good eye. Will you be fighting too? Reckon it'd inspire the lads if you were. Might take their minds off getting their hides tanned and all. Think about it, eh? I hate to ask, but you haven't seen our favorite lordling, have you? I thought not. On the assumption that he's not to be found in his father's loving embrace, I suggest we split up and look for him. I will search the foundation and you the pillars. Okay. How was my day? It was pretty good. Took Sadie to the dog park. She had a really good time. She was a little lazy today, which was interesting. Normally, the dog park, she's like... I mean, she normally has a good amount of energy. Today, she was... but she got a bath yesterday, so I think she might still be pretty exhausted from that. Because, you know, dogs eating a bath is just the most stressful fucking thing in the universe. I carried Honorroy to the manor. Our best chirurgeons are tending to him as we speak. He is yet to wake, but surely he will. You need to start training, my dude. So father has volunteered me for this grand melee of theirs. My beloved family, always making my decisions for me. I'll hit you again. I'll do it. No, it's not like that. It's just... Oh, you wouldn't understand. How could you? You're free to be the man you want to be, whereas I'm a son of House Forton, don't you see? My future was determined before I was born. What I could and could not do. Right or wrong, that was the way of it. Until the old order began to crumble. Now we wander amidst the rubble, searching for a purpose, for a place. All around me, brave men and women rise to the occasion. With faith and conviction, they dedicate themselves to their causes. But not I. I was terrified of making the wrong choice. Which is why I let better men make them for me. Do this, do that, take this duty, guard this conference. I suppose I convinced myself I was above it, until your friend showed me otherwise. When I saw Honorroy, I wanted to scream. I wanted someone to blame. But in the end, there was only me. Only me. So you see, I cannot meekly bow my head and accept Father's command. Such cowardice is what brought me to this point. I will go to Sir Emmerich, and I will make my own decision. My dude, Sir Emmerich is that way. I'm gonna need to get food here in a minute if I'm gonna play for a long time, which I'm fine with doing. Or, should I go to bed at a reasonable hour instead? Decisions. There he is. No more excuses. This will be my choice and mine alone. Oh, okay. We're going upstairs together. My lord is not to be disturbed. I see. Very well, you may enter. Thank you. I am Sir Emmerich's lad. I'm his boy, so you're gonna have to get out of the way. Oh, great. Thanks for coming with us. This'll go... I'm sure this'll go swimmingly. Oh, his dad's here, too. Ooh. Well, this'll go... well...
Lord Commander, if I may? I wish to speak with you before the Grand Melee.
Here we go.
Proceed.
How do you do it, my lord? How do you lead with such certainty, when so many of our countrymen will not hear of peace with the Dravanians? Some of them hate you almost as much as the dragons themselves. They decry you as a patricide in the streets. They even tried to kill you, for God's sakes. Yet still you march on, undaunted, where no archbishop dared to tread. What is your secret? Where do you find the strength?
For centuries, our nation has been punished for the sins of our forefathers. If our punishment is to end, I believe we must right the wrongs of antiquity and move forward as a nation united. Needless to say, my father did not share this opinion. He did not believe the people strong enough to bring about their own deliverance, trusting only in himself. Tyranny seemed to him the only solution.
Understandably, to
but I have faith in the people, Lord Amanalaine. I have faith that they will weather this storm and overcome every trial we set before them. Many have fought and died to see this blight upon our nation's history cleansed, and I would not let their sacrifices be in vain. though we invite reprisals. The risk is worth the reward.
I want to believe. I do. Lord Commander, through my careless orders, a pall has been cast over these proceedings, and I beg the opportunity to make amends. I, Emmanuel de Forton, do hereby request leave to take part in the Grand Melee.
He's coming along.
Who am I to deny such a heartfelt plea? We would be honored to have you join the fray, my lord.
You will take charge of the Ishgardian forces.
For all my other responsibilities, I am still Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and I would not soon yield this duty to another.
The esteemed Sir Emmerich leading the Temple Knights and the Watch into battle along with my youngest. I could wish for no more.
Everyone says they look over at the Warrior of Light.
Then you wish for too little, my lord. There is another who might yet join the fray. An indispensable ally to whom we owe much and more.
Guys, this is kind of a sticky political situation.
An adventurer beholden to none who nevertheless chose to champion our cause, who has shared in our suffering and in our glory.
I'll fight for
a warrior
Dravania.
Without equal, who I am privileged to call a friend. There is no one I would rather have fighting by my side.
Rude of you to pull out the friend card.
I ask this in full knowledge of your obligations, and will not think less of you should you refuse. But if your conscience will allow it, might you oblige me, my friend, one more time?
They don't even get the player the choice to say no. They're just like, no. For story reasons, you have to say yes. I mean, I would have said yes.
Together we shall give the people a spectacle for the ages. A celebration to mark the dawning of a new era.
Because I do agree, I think Ishgard needs a win. Okay. Gods help me, I think it might be love. I dare say it might be cheating, too. Your mere presence is enough to turn the tide of most battles. Did you say the way his lies lit up when you nodded was a look of boundless relief and joy? One would think a politician more practiced at concealing his emotion. Still, his honesty does him credit. For a moment, I was fair inspired to pledge myself to the cause, but that would not be proper. This is their fight, and yours, but not mine. Ooh, I can emote. Sir Emmerich informs me that the Alliance leaders have agreed to his proposal. The Grand Melee will be held here in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment and in sight of the capital. An announcement has been made. The Allied forces are currently en route. The eyes of Ishgard are upon us, Dalkarius. We must not fail. A rare opportunity to see you pit yourself against Allied forces. Outside of Cotonou, perhaps. I would not miss this for the world. Just DM'd me some amusing art. Oh. That's a very interesting depiction of Barathi. That's funny though, that's good. Bit of an instant fight's coming up too, might be a bit of a narrative. So are you saying that, Mr. Sotek, if you want to get food, now would probably be a good time to do so? Or if you want to call it a night, now would be a good time to do so because you're about to go into a long thing? Because that's what it sounds like you're saying to me. Yes to both. Okay. I think in that case, let's call it here for tonight. I think that's a good, reasonable stopping place. We did some story advancement. We got ourselves another piece of crystal from Fates that we need. We'll finish kobolds tomorrow, which will be nice. But it's already 1 a.m. and I stayed up very late last night. So I think, yeah, let's go ahead and call it here for tonight. I think that's fine. We're almost definitely going to play more Final Fantasy tomorrow. God's willing, I'll get up at a reasonable hour and we can do Total War and Final Fantasy tomorrow. But we're definitely going to play some more Final Fantasy tomorrow because I don't know, I'm just having fun with the game and want to keep up with it. So, yeah. Thank you all for watching and for joining. I think that is a very reasonable, for me, stopping place for this evening. So let's get all into closing out. Why is it making me wait for 20 seconds? Probably because I'm not in a town, and I never log out unless I'm in a town. Start a new achievement campaign tomorrow? I think so. That would probably be wise. I have an Empire campaign that I need to do. But we'll see. I should probably get Skeleton to make me a thumbnail. Alright. Since we're wrapping up for the evening, I do want to thank you all very, very much, very emphatically, for taking the time to come and hang out with me. I really deeply appreciate it. I'm gonna find somewhere for us to raid. Yeah. Ooh, Turin is streaming Age of Mythology. I can raid Turin, finally. Fucking Christ. Dude's made me wait long enough. And for YouTube raid, I don't think anywhere that I want to send y'all even allows raids, because Turin is an old man and has not turned on his stuff. Let's see here. Redirect. Nope, but I can redirect you to Mercy the Mad, so I'll do that. Alright, I hope you all have a lovely evening. Please take care of yourselves. Yeah, I need to do Empire, Bretonia, Skaven, and Warriors of Chaos. So yeah, so I definitely would rather do Empire, because Warriors of Chaos are probably going to get stuff from the next DLC. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Take care. Bye-bye.